Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make a few announcements to ensure a smooth order of events. We request you to please put your devices on silent mode. There will be two parts of this Curtin University Business Cup Challenge 2023 this morning, the semifinals elevator pitch and the grand finale. We will commence with the elevator pitches, which is the semifinal round. The top 5 teams from the semifinals will proceed to present in the grand finale, along with the top 5 teams from the first 2 case studies. The top 5 teams must keep their PPTs ready on a USB. The volunteers will support the team with the setup closer to the time. Students that are seated are requested not to move around to reduce any distractions. In the interest of minimal disruptions, we will have minimal breaks during the competition. We would request all representatives to stay until the end of the competition out of respect for your fellow participants. This will also serve as a great learning opportunity to observe what it takes to win the challenge. Students are required to maintain decorum at all times, especially if someone is speaking or presenting. Anyone found disrupting will be disqualified and asked to kindly leave. Good luck and all the best. Thank you. We request the top 5 teams to come to the podium and hand over the USB to our volunteers. Team 1 is Hajara Sabnam from Amity University, Dubai. Team 2 is Nano Visionaries, Amity University, Dubai. Team 3 is Innotex, Westford University College. Team 4 is Blue Panthers, University of Dubai. And Team 5 is the Fantastic Four, Curtin University, Dubai. Also, Team 5 is Phoenix, Westford University College, Sharjah. Thank you. We appreciate your patience. Thank you for joining us. We will be starting shortly. If anyone wants to use the washroom, please ensure to go now. Thank you. Good morning once again, students, distinguished judges, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ilsa Khan, and I'm a business student and a digital council officer here at Curtin University, Dubai. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the semifinals and finals of Curtin Dubai Business Cup Challenge 2023, powered by Transnational Academic Group and Hungarian Games. We would now like to request everyone to please stand up for the UAE and Australian national anthems. We all know that you've worked very hard in this last couple of weeks on the cases. While our high school edition has garnered more than 300 teams with close to 1,800 students from across 7 Emirates. Our third running of the university edition also garnered over 100 participants, and you all have made it here today to compete for the coveted Business Cup Challenge 2023 trophy. Well done, teams. We would now like to introduce our panel of judges for today's competition. Our first judge of the day is Ms. Shahra Jaffer. Ms. Jaffer pursued a Master of Science in Information Technology and a Bachelor of Science as a double major in Information Technology and Business Information System, where she was elected as an IT representative and interned as an Information Technology executive. At the conclusion of her undergraduate degree, and as a recipient of the Vice Chancellor Award, Excellence Award, and the SP Wahi Leadership Award, she began teaching computing and mathematics for the foundation program. With the launch of Curtin University's campus in Dubai, Shahra Jaffer became the program coordination for science and engineering, Curtin Dubai Foundation Program, and also served as lecturer for undergraduate computer science units. She went on to develop curriculum for multiple campuses and currently serves as head of school for the Curtin Dubai Foundation Program. Thank you for being one of the core judges throughout BCC. It is a pleasure having you with us today, Ms. Shahra. Our next judge of the day is Professor Pon. Professor Pon Selvan has extensive experience in teaching engineering students and has worked in academia for over 23 years. He has students, published, presented, and more than 150 research articles in journals and conferences. He has been invited and honored as keynote speaker, session chair, source person, and technical committee member of various conferences held in UAE, India, Thailand, Malaysia, Germany, Italy, Australia, and the UK. His research interests are in the areas of machine design, optimization techniques, manufacturing practices, renewable energy, and engineering sustainable development. He is approved supervisor of many universities, including Curtin University Dubai, Australia, to guide PhD scholars and has produced many PhDs. He's a member of many professional societies, including SAE, ASHRAE, IMEC-E, SME, EI, ASQ, and ISTE. He's also a senior fellow of the Higher Education Academy, UK. Professor Pon has received several prestigious awards in the UAE, including the following: Teaching Excellence Award 2013 to 2014 from Manipal University, Dubai. Dubai Award for Sustainable Transport 2017 from RTA Government of Dubai. Dr. Kalam's International Excellence Award for Education 2017 from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Lovers Foundation, UAE. Distinguished Conservation Program Award 2018 from Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, DEVA, Government of Dubai. Aleem Sustainability Research Award 2018 from Aleem Research and Development Center, Sharjah, and many, many more. Prior to joining Curtin University, Dubai in July 2018, he served for 10 years in the UAE of Manipal University and Amity University, Dubai. As our final judge for the day, we have with us Mr. Daniel Atkins, the Game Master of Business Cup Challenge. Mr. Atkins joined Transnational Academic Group in 2009 as a faculty member in the Schools of Business and Information Technology, and later started the School of Environmental Science. He has led the organization for the past 9 years. He's currently responsible for overseeing the operation of International University branch campuses in Dubai and Ghana in partnership with Curtin University, Dubai and Lancaster University, respectively. Prior to joining the academy, Dan spent the first 20 years of his career working in the information technology industry, providing management consulting services for companies including IBM, Dell, Visa, Hershey's, Coke, Clorox, and Merck, and held numerous management positions, including CIO and CEO. He has been teaching and giving public lectures on environmental issues and the UN SDGs for more than 10 years. Having interacted with various school teachers and participants, I can certainly say that BCC has been an excellent learning opportunity for the students. Thank you for leading it this far and joining us today, Mr. Atkins. On behalf of the organization team, I extend the gratitude to the teachers and parents for encouraging your wards to make the most of this competition, being for the students' biggest cheerleaders. Lastly, and most importantly, I would like to take this moment to extend the warmest welcome to all of you for your dedication towards learning more about sustainability and putting your best ideas forward to create a better future. The future lies in your hands, and Curtin believes that you are the key to make tomorrow better. Look to your right and look to your left. Wish your fellow participants all the best. Once again, welcome one and all. Every year, 10 teams from across the country make it to the Business Cup Challenge finals, where they battle it out with a 10-minute presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Daniel Atkins to announce the top 5 teams that have made it directly to the finale, as well as officially open the semifinals of the Business Cup Challenge 2023.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I really appreciate all of the effort that the teams have put in. As we've been marking cases over the past 2 weeks, we've really seen the level of research and work that you all put in, and that's great. Our biggest hope is that from this, you've learned not only how to do business research and writing, but you also have been inspired. Maybe something about nanotechnology is interesting to you, and you're like, yeah, I want to look into that when I get into business, or maybe even become an entrepreneur in that field. And even more so, you'll note that we framed all of the questions and cases around the UN Sustainable Development Goals, because I firmly believe that there is nothing more important right now. We, as a world community, a family of humans, are facing the greatest challenge we ever have in our history. We are seeing ice melt in Antarctica and ice loss in the Arctic faster than ever before in recorded human history. I don't think I need to point out to any of you that last week, almost the end of October, it was 45 degrees here in Dubai. 16 years ago when I moved here, that was not the case. By the start of October, it was nice weather. And It's not anymore. We're seeing this worldwide. So I really hope that the UN Sustainable Development Goals inspire you, and that no matter what career you go into or what field you decide to go into, you'll keep those in mind and make sure that you and your organization are being good global citizens and making a positive difference in the world. So with that, I will announce the top 5 teams. Actually, it's 6 because we had a tie for 5th place. So we have Hajara Sabnam from Amity University, Dubai. We have Nano Visionaries, also from Amity University, Dubai. We have Innotex from Westford University College. We have the Blue Panthers from University of Dubai. And then we have a tie for 5th place, Phoenix from Westford University College, and the Fantastic Fours from Curtin University, Dubai. So congratulations to all of the teams who made it direct to the finals. Okay. Now, for those who did not make it directly to the finals, you didn't get the golden buzzer, right? So how do you get there? Well, we have the elevator pitch. You'll have 40 seconds to get up and present the crystallized idea of something that you think would be beneficial to any department or organization that's part of the UAE government or government of Dubai, and inspire us with that to want to hear more. The point of an elevator pitch is not to give us all the details of the idea, but to give us enough of a taster that we're like, yeah, we want to hear more about that. It's just like if you ended up on an elevator at the Burj Khalifa with His Highness Sheikh Maktoum, and it's like, oh, I've got 90 seconds here all to myself. I can talk to His Highness about this, right? So that's the idea. So each team will come up. You'll be given 40 seconds. You can all see the timer there. And there's a timer in front of you so that it's easy. One member of your team will present, give us your best pitch. And I would say that the odds are very good. I understand that we have 8 teams present who did not make it direct to the finals. 5 of those, assuming there's not a tie, will go to the finals. So you've got at least a 5 in 8 chance of making it. Those are pretty good odds, right? So I wish you all the best, and I will turn it back over to our host, and we'll continue with the elevator pitches. Thank you.
The team presenting is Team 1 from Manipal, Dubai. Teams, please note the order of this presentation. Team 1 from Manipal, Dubai, Team Technovision from the Woolwich Institute, Team AU Eagles from Ajman University, Team Nano Innovators from the Woolwich Institute. You may begin your pitch. Judges, are we done? The next team is Team Tech Nanovision from Woolwich Institute.
Okay. Did you know that the global fireworks industry worth of $60 billion is causing a lot of air and noise pollution? That's where Aetherite comes in. Our unique eco-friendly product that works just like a normal firework and purifies the air using nanotechnology. It is much quieter though. Since Dubai is hosting COP28 this year, we thought our invention could be presented there to address SDG 13, or UAE's Ministry of Climate Change and Environment could consider it for large-scale events like New Year's Eve at Burj Khalifa. Cultural and social attachments to loud traditional fireworks could be a problem, but our mission is to bridge this gap. Join us to transforming celebrations worldwide.
Judges, please note, the team presenting next is Team AU Eagles from Ajman University.
Can I do it without it?
The team presenting next is Team Nano Innovators from the Woolwich Institute. May I please get a confirmation that Team House of Speakers, Team Wolf, and Team Nanostar is here? Team House of Speakers? Team Wolf? Team Nanostar? Okay. The next presenting is Team House of Speakers from Westbury University College.
Imagine a world where laborers are comfortable, protected, and productive in any working conditions. We Workmen offer helmets infused with nano phase change materials to make this a reality. By regulating the scorching heat or frigid cold, we ensure that the workers in Dubai can work in their extreme conditions. This personal climate control system will empower them through productivity because a comfortable worker is a productive worker. Hence, these aren't just helmets. It's a revolution in labor welfare. Thank you.
Next presenting is Team Wolf from Westbury University College.
Gwenedim, Benedim Saad. Kinda, it's hard to understand what I'm saying. Understand this, Dubai on average expect 14 million tourists per year, and difficulties of understanding more than 1,000 plus languages is very hard for the development and tourism department of UAE. So we came up with the solution, smart glasses, named Cyrus. Cyrus have nanotechnology, which can lifetime translate your languages into subtitles of the language of choice. This can help immigration officers and the department who are working in emergency cares to help the patients and the people in the conditions. So we are looking forward to put this idea to test. Thank you.
The last team presenting is Team Nanostar from Westbury University College.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to embark a transformative healthcare odyssey in Dubai, where the synergy of cutting-edge technology and precision care ignites a future illuminated by nanotechnology. Our pioneering strides in nanomedicine, with a dedicated focus on cancer therapy and regenerative medicine. Yet our vision is extends. We are introducing the telemedicine platform, which enhance with nano diagnetics, which has a poise to eliminate, enhance the healthcare services. I invite you to embark this journey towards a future which is innovative, remarkable, and healthier. Thank you.
So a reminder for all the top 5 teams to hand over your USB to the IT department. Thank you, everyone. We will now take our first health break, which will only be 10 minutes long. Bringing food and juices into the auditorium is not permitted. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated for team troubleshooters to do their pitch.
Okay, as Mr. Daniel said, it was a hot summer. Now, of course, normally we would just blame global warming and move on, but I'm here to present a solution. So the solution is nanosensors. Now imagine having these tiny, highly sensitive devices that can provide real-time data of 10 environmental factors, ranging from carbon emissions and going towards the changes in temperature and as well as water currents of melting glaciers. Now, these, of course, nanotechnologies are going to help the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment in understanding more about the data and getting predictive analysis on all of these data and giving more sustainability policies as well as informed decisions.
You may now go for your 10-minute short break. Thank you so much.
This is a kind announcement to all the top 5 teams present in the hall. If you have not submitted your presentation, the top 5 teams, kindly do so now. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We have with us the list of finalists now. Before we proceed, we would like to once again thank our supporters, Transnational Academic Group and Hungarian Games. You are a part of history as Curtin's largest BCC so far. To commemorate this milestone, I would like to request all the participants to please come on stage and join us for a group picture. Thank you. I would like to now announce the top 11 teams. Team number 1 is Hajra Subnam from Amity University, Dubai. Team number 2 is Nano Visionaries from Amity University. Team number 3 is Innotex from Westborough University College. Team 4 is Blue Panthers from University of Dubai. Team 5 is the Fantastic Four from Curtin University, Dubai. Team 6 is Phoenix from Westborough University College. Team 7 is Nano Innovators from the Woolwich University. Team 8 is AU Eagles from Ajman University. 9th team is 1 from Manipal, Dubai. Team 10 is Team Wolf from Westborough University College. Lastly, Team 11, House of Speakers from Westborough University College. Congratulations to the finalists, and thank you for everyone for taking part. We will now proceed to the final round of the Business Cup Challenge 2023. All the participants except the finalists will receive your certificates next week to recognize all your hard work towards this challenge. That being said, the competition certainly doesn't end here. All students present here are invited to join us to witness the grand finale to better prepare for next year. Let's get ready for the grand finale. I would like to request Mr. Dan to please share the rules for the finalists once more.
Great. So you all did wonderful in the elevator pitches, and congratulations to all of you who made it into the finals. So final round, you have 10 minutes to use any way that you feel is best. You'll present your case. You can have one member of your team talking or every member, doesn't matter. You can use PowerPoint, you can use Prezi, any type of way that you want to present. Anything you say after the 10-minute cutoff, though, we have to not pay attention to. So keep an eye on the timer that's up here in front of you. Be aware if you need to speed up your presentation so that you can get everything in, because we certainly don't want to get to the end and have to give you a 0 for your pestle or something of that nature, okay? So the floor will be yours, and I wish you all the best.
I now would like to request the first 5 teams in the same order of announcement to be ready for the presentation, and request the new finalists to keep your USBs ready. You may bring them up to the stage and connect to the laptop. The volunteers will support if required when it's your turn. Presenting the first solution of the BCC 2023 Grand Finale is Team Hajra Subnam from Amity University, Dubai.
So how do I? Okay, thank you. Okay. So good morning to everyone present here. So my product basically makes a positive impact on the UN SDG 13 climate action. So let's just jump right into the product. So it's basically a smart kit for measuring the gas concentrations at home and to observe the carbon emissions generated within the living space. So we have 2 parts to this kit. The first one is a solar-powered nano sensor that senses the gases present within the home and also displays the percentage of these gases. So the user is aware of the constitution of the air in his house. And then we have an integrated smart app, which does 3 things. 1, displays the percentage of the gases. Second, it provides methods to curtail the generation of such gases along with environmental impacts of such gases. And then we have a home-friendly prayer plant with a pot made up of zeolite or MOF nanoparticles. So the reason for choosing this plant is due to its capacity of observing carbon emissions from the air. And then zeolite nanoparticles, they have pores which have excellent capacity of storing or capturing this carbon emission. So let's move on. So this is a design. The first one is one I made. So this is how the plate will look like. And these 2 are the AI generated images of how it would look like. So we'll have a nano sensor, we'll have a display panel that is solar powered, and then we'll have a prayer plant. So how is nanotechnology used here? So there are two components to nanotechnology here. So one is the electrochemical gas sensor, and then we have zeolite nanoparticles. So electrochemical gas sensor, the basic idea here is more the space due to the nanoparticles, more is its ability to interact with the gases. So it also increases the sensitivity and responsiveness. And the fact that we use nanotechnology here, it makes them more selective, which means there is more scope to this product. So zeolite nanoparticles, these are microporous aluminosilicates, which are highly porous rocks, as I mentioned before. Now, due to nanotechnology used in these zeolite particles, we have the opportunity of fine-tuning the size and distribution of these particles, which makes it extremely selective, effective, and efficient. So another quality here is the sorption, diffusion, separation mechanism, which is established only at the nano level. So these ways, nanotechnology is induced in this product. So let's move on. So since I'm using solar power to power this electrochemical gas sensor, this is just some calculation, but basically the charging time takes 5 hours. Moving on. Financial plan. So the components here, since we have two components in the kit. So first is a mini solar panel of $6, electrochemical gas sensor for $30, acrylic sheet to cover the sensor for $1, which we can also use glass for. It will be much lesser than $1. Prayer plant for $10, zeolite pot for $33, and smart app for $20,000. So we'll understand this much better using a chart. So here, we are actually aiming to achieve a target of 2,500 users in the initial period of this product. So when we add up all the cost of these components for the smart kit, we get about $80 is the unit price. So, and then we aim for 10% profit within this market, which is $8. So adding it all together, we get $88 only for this market. And about the mobile application, we are not taking any profit from the app. So with the first 2,500 users, we aim to cover up the cost used for this application. So in that case, it will be $8 per person, which means $8 plus $88. Overall, for this product, $96 is the selling price, which is approximately 350 dirhams only. So some remarks to note down here is, if the government subsidizes this product, the cost will reduce much lesser, which I'll explain the pestle one. Let's move on for now. So this is the profit chart. So as I said, since we're taking 10% profit, per smart kit, we get $8 profit. So with the initial 2,500 users, we get $20,000 profit, which ranges up to $60,000 for 10,000 users, and it soars up much higher in the coming years. So user demand analysis. So my product is extremely user-friendly and it's easy to use. And the global carbon capture market was forecasted to reach around 4.2 billion. And also the overall demand for such carbon capture technologies has increased at over 14% CAGR. And by 2032, the estimate is around $9 billion. So this itself speaks for the demand of a technology that can capture carbon in the market at present. And then this is carbon capture per day. So I'm saying how my product makes a difference in the society. So by using my product, we can reduce up to 9,000 kg carbon emissions per day, or at least capture and store these 9,000 kg carbon emissions per day, only with the homes and estimates of people in UAE. And then competitor assessment. So when I looked for similar products in the market, I came across C2CNT, which is converting carbon dioxide into carbon fibers, and rest all were large carbon capture projects and companies. So how is mine different? Mine integrates smart technologies, that is both nanotech and IT, and that makes it much user-friendly. Now, and something that I believe in is, unless an individual feels the need to participate in a social responsibility, will not be able to achieve the goal much faster. So my product focuses on the individual use. So there's nothing much that the individual has to contribute, as it's very, very user-friendly. So finally, pestle analysis. So I've taken United Arab Emirates for this special analysis. Political, we have several initiatives UAE has taken for climate action, among which is UAE Net Zero 2050, which aims to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. In 2010, UAE has aimed to reduce 30% carbon emissions. And COP28, it's a conference that discusses about climate change issues and solutions. Then we have UAE State of Green Economy Report 2016 that mentioned about different reasons due to which greenhouse gases are emitting, among which household is an important reason. Then we have UAE National Energy Strategy 2050, and UAE is expected to generate 25% of its electricity from solar energy. So as I've used solar powered also in my product, it contributes to that initiative. So overall, my product is a small start for several large projects that government is coming up with. Then we have economical. So UAE has assured more than USD 1 billion for the aid of carbon capture and renewable energy products. Mine comes under carbon capture. And then in the path towards COP28, investors and financial markets are increasingly demanding for such kind of a product. ADNOC has allocated $50 billion for decarbonization solutions. Then we have NDCA that also emphasizes about collaborating with private sectors. So if my product is subsidized by the government, the cost will reduce much lower. Like companies like Dama can sponsor for these. If it's privatized, it also shows the ample opportunities the market is ready to invest for. Then we have social. So it raises about the awareness of the greenhouse gases in the environment. It promotes environmentally conscious society, conscious families, and conscious individuals. It addresses pollution and especially inclusivity of people to work for a common goal that is a nation and a global goal. Then we have technological. I am bringing in both nanotech and IT. It enhances the path for research in optimization of such technologies. Then moving on, we have environmental. Reduction in carbon emissions is an environmentally beneficial one. Then we have electrochemical gas sensor. It's powered by solar power. So the energy, it's very energy efficient. So it reduces the carbon footprint. And the carbon footprint can be much more reduced with the integration of sustainability and biodegradability. We have acrylic sheets and prayer plant, which also contributes to lesser wastage produced, hence making a positive impact in the environment. And then we have legal. So UAE Federal Law number 24 of 1999 speaks about the protection and development of the environment. Then we have Net Zero 2050 initiative. So all of these speak that UAE has taken the legal measures to help for the environment and climate action. And as per UAE's consumer protection law, consumers are to be provided with a protective and safe environment when they purchase a good. So in my good, by complying with this law, I've also included a guide on the maintenance of the prayer plant because it speaks of the necessity of involving nature in climate action. It also makes the users aware of the importance of helping and maintaining nature as well. So that was my product, and these are my references. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
The next team presenting will be Nano Visionaries from Amity University.
Good afternoon. So carbon dioxide emission is a major worldwide concern that includes the environmental, economic, and social factors. These emissions primarily stem from burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial processes and other human activities. This results in a significant shift in climate that increases the risk of diseases, which leads to extreme weather events and affects the plant and animal life, as well as the sea level. This has the similar effects in Dubai,
in their temperature, air quality, ecosystem, and sea level. Here are some of the examples of the problems that are in Dubai. For example, in 2020, and Dubai experienced its hottest summer temperature that rising to 51.8 degrees Celsius. A study done by World Bank found that air pollution in Dubai is costing the city's economy $10 billion per year. So we developed a solution utilizing the nanoporous silica for carbon nanotubes. These carbon nanotubes, they are naturally effective for carbon dioxide capture since they have a huge surface area and also a great affinity for the carbon dioxide capture. So, but they are challenging to disperse and to functionalize. So, however, with the use of the phosphorus porous silica, the dispersion and the functionalization of the carbon nanotubes can be improved. So we can use this method to filter the carbon dioxide in car exhausts. Reducing the carbon dioxide emissions has their advantages, including improving the air quality, the increasing the fuel efficiency, and also which can mitigate the climate change and to reduce health issues. This advantage of using this product in Dubai is because it is resistant to the Dubai's temperature and humidity. Additionally, it is compatible to the existing infrastructure and has the potential to domestically produce nanoporous silica and carbon nanotubes, which reduces the cost and creates export opportunities.
Hello guys, and now we move on to the relevance of NPS. NPS is the nanoporous silica. So it has a high surface area because the nanoparticles are much smaller. So we have a spherical shape, so a much surface area for the area of interaction, which provides there's more sites for the CO2 absorption and better efficiency of the nanomaterial. It is relatively inexpensive and easy to manufacture and much easier to use it in the commercial world. Now, relevance for Dubai. So why Dubai? Dubai has a much automotive industry. Example, yesterday we had a lot of rains in Dubai. So much stuck of the cars in the national highways, which are stuck for 4 or 5 hours. So if we use this, so the emissions by each vehicle will be reduced to a much lower extent. So a better atmosphere, and the pollution will be much lesser and better fuel efficiency too. Partnering with local universities. So how to improve? We improve with partnering with local institutions like maybe MBRSC, using it for space rockets or with Ford, Toyota. So we collaborate and come with a better solution. So we have a much useful ones, and to universities, especially where the students work on the minor and major works in the mechanical fields. So we can have a better use in that one. Finally, the relevance to DTEC. DTEC is a company in Dubai which provides a startup for entrepreneurship. Like how we have innovation center, how we have the incubation center, in my university, in Amit University, and the innovation center in the Curtin University. Same, DTEC is a startup platform for the individuals in Dubai to come up with better ideas and develop them. So these ideas will enhance their reputation so much more reach. So they will be interested in participating in these ideas too. Now, the pestle analysis. Pestle analysis is a short analysis which we see, the political factors, the government rules. The government will hopefully support this one as we adopt the NPC and the NPS and CNT. So they will want a better atmosphere to increase their tourism industry. So they will invest in this methodology. Now the economic factors, the economic growth will be much higher because of the better atmosphere. The tourism industry will increase, and the demand for the vehicles will also increase because it will be much efficient, and because of the separation of the CO2, the petrol prices will not be increased high, and the demand will be on mark. Social cultural factors. There are many diverse people in this room. So we all different, various. So we prefer various things. So some of which may differ and some of which are same. So we will go to the social cultural factors, choose them. Then technological factors. We induce nanotechnology with this thing. So we have a competitive industry. Then the environmental factors, the climate change. So by combating with this the CO2 absorption. We combat the climate change as the carbon content in the atmosphere will be lesser, so lesser heat and lesser global warming. Like also with the CO2s, we have a better cleaner this fuels and a renewable one, which we can use again and again. Then the legal factors, the environmental regulations. Since there are no adherence to environmental laws, so we will be following all the laws. We won't be harming them. So there won't be any legal factors affecting this our idea. Now to the competitors, the existing competitors. Existing competitors is the nanomesh technologies. They use CNTs and CCS to develop their ideas and produce them in a larger scale. The future ones, Xcarb. Xcarb is an Australian company which uses the CNT material and CCS filters. The CNT is the carbon nanotubes and CCS is the carbon capture and storage. So they come up with a specifically designed ideas for the harsh environments. Like maybe like the GCC, like where it's so hot, or in the much colder ones.
So the revenue generation. So our silica filters will have a significantly 10,000 hours of lifespan, which is like far greater than the previous car filters. So the previous car filters usually last around like 200 to 500 hours. And one of the important durability attribute is the robust nature of the nano porous silica we are using and the strength of the nano carbon tube. So this durability will allow our filters to withstand high temperature, pressure, and humidity. And yeah, so this is our financial plan for the first 4 years. So as you can see, the first year, we have broken down each individual components such as instrument, chemicals, employees, and the fabrication cost. So the first year, we won't be gaining any profit. So from the second year, we can reach our break-even point. So yeah, these are the fabrication instruments we require, such as magnetic stirrer, vacuum filtration, membrane oven, mold, press equipment, and silica precursor. And these are the chemicals we require, such as we need a compressed carbon source, and we need a catalyst, which will promote the growth of carbon nanotubes. And then we'll be needing a binder as well as a neutral solvent. So in the point view of the labor, we need a multidisciplinary team, which consists of chemistry and material science people. And we need professionals in micro fabrication and manufacturing. So the first year of break-even point is this. As you can see, we are selling each filters for $50. And so our target is to sell 1 million filters per year, which will give us a revenue of 5 million. So in the first year, we'll get a loss of 700K. And then the second year. So the second year, since there's no instrumented cost, since instrument is a one-time expense, we are getting a profit of $1 million. This pass on to the next year also, which we get the same profit. And this is the capital budget techniques we are using. So the first one is payback period. So since we are assuming that companies such as DTech will give us $1 million to start our project, we can pay back them the amount in like 0.62 years. And then as you can see, the net profit value, we are getting like 5 million. So we'll get, since it's positive, our project is feasible. And the feasibility. So in the feasibility part, as you can see, UAE is more into reducing carbon. The government plays a huge role in the feasibility, and also comprehensive evaluation and also industrial collaboration plays a big impact in our filter application. Yeah, thank you.
Our third team presenting today is Innotex from Westford University College. Gentle reminder for the first 5 teams to please put in your university. Second 5 teams to put in your USB into the IT department. Thank you.
I just want to check the PowerPoint. Let me check if the video take my
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us now take you on a nanotechnological adventure that you have never seen before. Before we move on forward for the presentation, we'll now look at our table of content, what we'll be aiming at. Well, the main SDG we are focusing is number 7, is clean, reliable, and sustainable energy.
The UAE fourth team presenting today is Blue Panthers from University of Dubai. The next team is Blue Panthers from University of Dubai.
Mic working? Let's try. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a pleasure for me to be here today to present nanotechnology, which is a childhood passion of mine. And I want to thank Curtin University and the judges for giving us a lot of ideas and feedback, which we have integrated into a final solution. And idea is actually having thermally insulating nano solar panels, which would work towards solving SDG 7, that is clean and affordable energy. And our idea would both increase electricity production by over 50,000 megawatts and also reduce the cost required for air conditioning because of insulation. So it's two problems being solved at the same time. So I hope you'll enjoy this.
So if you look at today, what some of the problems that we face is the lack of green electricity and also the lack of thermal insulation. And when we looked into it, we realized that almost 25% or more of the buildings in the UAE are not properly thermally insulated. So that's where our solution comes in, and that is the thermally insulated nano solar panels. Now, what this basically is it's a very tiny box-like structure, which works as a solar panel. So it's made of Dyneema, which basically weighs only 13 grams per square meter, and it's also only 13 microns thick. So it's pretty small, and it has a nano coating which will protect it from damage from moisture and wind and all of those natural things. And there's also the nano adhesives on the back so that you can stick it easily to the walls of the building from the outside. Now, as you can see, the thing is, we cannot keep it only on one side because the sun goes from one side to the other, right? It rises in the east and sets in the west. So to make sure we're utilizing all the sunlight, we're going to be keeping them on all sides of the building. And that's why, so if you can see, it's going to be there on all sides. Now, the main places we can use these are like tall buildings, villas, and factories and warehouses. Now, you might be wondering why. And the reason is because we want to make sure that all the sunlight is being used and maintained so that if there are not enough gaps between these buildings, there will be like these areas where the sunlight can't get to. And so that sunlight is being wasted. So if there's enough gaps between these buildings, these buildings will get sunlight all around, and that much energy is being produced as well.
So now we come to the fact that idea is technically feasible, and to get in the details, MIT research have found affordable, ultra-lightweight, environmentally friendly material, which is actually 18 times more productive than traditional solar panels. So this is already existing technology. It is also affordable, but the problem is this is not resistant to weather. So this gets easily damaged because these panels are made of carbon, and this is damaged by oxygen and also by moisture. So our idea is to actually use nano coating, which will protect the carbon-based nanomaterial, which is lightweight. And at the same time, this will give protection from both moisture and wind and also oxygen damage. So this is why our idea is actually an application of already existing theory in a way that's not yet been applied before. And this nano coating will also have certain electrostatic properties to make sure that it's dust repellent. I'm sure the judges know that dust is a major problem, especially in the UAE. And now we understand that all buildings, they have windows as well. So for those windows, we need transparency, and researchers in the United Kingdom have developed nano-coated window panes, which when sunlight passes through them, generate electricity. So windows would be coated with this special technology, and these non-green buildings would be turned into green buildings. And these windows will have dust repellent coating, and also they would be able to
use dye-synthesized solar cells, which have an efficiency of 30%, which is actually 10% more than ordinary solar cells. So even these windows will become more efficient than a traditional solar cell. So the entire building is a powerhouse that is generating electricity from its windows to the rooftop, to the doors, every part of it. And we estimate that 1 square meter of this window can generate more than 3.5 kilowatt hours per day. So that is actually more than a normal solar cell, and this is made only possible by nanotechnology. So the benefits of the idea. As I mentioned before, our idea is actually based on 2 major concepts. One is to generate more electricity than normal solar panels. 2 is to provide thermal insulation. Especially researchers suggested that in the UAE, more than 30% of buildings lack thermal insulation, and therefore, if there is better thermal insulation, air conditioning costs can be reduced by up to 20%. So our idea will solve 2 problems in single silver bullet, so to speak. So first of all, our solar cells are 18 times more productive than traditional solar cells. So the return investment would be in months, actually. And also the cost of producing these solar cells is half used to nanotechnology. And the research suggests that these cells are very, very flexible. So installation would not be a problem. Studies suggest from MIT that you can roll this up to 500 times over and over again. And that will be only a 10% reduction in the productivity of this. And the lifespan is anywhere from 10 to 15 years. But we have made a conservative estimate of 10 years to make sure we have the best product and financial analysis. Now, as we mentioned before, not all buildings can be covered with this because there needs to be a gap between one building and the other. So we can only choose tall buildings and also factories. We choose factories because factories are usually industrial areas and they usually are spaced further apart. So villas are usually placed further apart. So we try to paint villas, very tall buildings which don't have other buildings close by, and also factories. So when the sun moves from one side to the other, then our cells keep on capturing electricity. So this is why we cannot put this idea on all the buildings in the UAE. So that is why we estimated there are about 55,000 villas in the UAE, which is about 20% of the residential buildings in the UAE, which can be fit up with the idea. And if we fit them with these panels, including the paint that will be painted on the windows, we can create about 1,000 square meters per unit. We find out weighted averages and it'll be around 1,000 square meters per unit. And we took about 6,000 factories and they can have about 30,000 square meters of surface area to be installed with panels and paint. So that's why we chose them. And now the very, very interesting part is there will be a 20% reduction in air conditioning costs. And this will create huge carbon savings. This will create energy savings. And also a lot of hydrocarbons used for air conditioning can be reduced. This is a very, very environmentally friendly. So this is a very interesting idea. Now, to come to the benefits, financially speaking, which we will delve into the financial details later, we can have a total savings about 40 billion annually, and we can produce 82,000 megawatt hours annually if we install it on about 55,000 villas and 6,000 factories. And that will result in a total carbon savings of 100 million tons. But this needs to be implemented by the UAE government, as we will discuss later in the pesto. So this is equivalent to planting 4 million trees in the UAE. So coming to the pesto analysis, due to short time constraints, most of the political factors support it. And the UAE government has spent more than 500 billion dirhams to promote the energy strategy and now technology-based generation, and the ideas were supported by it. And looking at the economic sector, UAE is more than capable of having enough GDP, and the consumer spending has increased, and the investment in this 15 billion investment needed would actually boost the economy. The only problem would be that there will be an initial high cost to produce solar panels, but as time goes on and we can exploit economies of scale and through specialized labor, this cost will go down. Socially, there is a trend where people want to be sustainable and people want to be empowered. So if houses and factories can contribute towards CSR, this is very, very positive. This is a unique driver based on an idea. And going to the other section, technologically, the UAE has a smart grid in which the excess electricity will be integrated back into this backward integration. But the problem would be that we might need to invest on some factories to produce certain select kinds of material, which should not be a major problem given the resources the UAE government has. And legally speaking, there needs to be laws that govern how this product can be used, how it can be monitored. And environmentally speaking, this will lead to over 50 billion AED in healthcare cost savings, because this would reduce more than 100 million tons of carbon dioxide emission. Not last but not least, coming to the financial analysis, the calculations were made on the weighted average was found, and the initial investment required into IDEA is actually high. It's 17 billion, but given the UAE government's abilities, this shouldn't be a problem. And average maintenance cost to install solar panels was estimated around 30 million AED, and based on calculations, energy saved per year per unit weighted average was around 228,000 AED. So total money from the unit, the revenue, not income, per year would be around 12.56 billion. And based on that, return investment would be in less than 2 years. And the lifespan, so the total financial benefit, that is actually the returns minus the initial cost and the maintenance cost, would be over 100 billion AED for the UAE over a 10-year period. And break-even analysis, we found out that the fixed cost per square meter was 6 AED, and total fixed costs were 76 million. And thank you.
Team House of Speakers, are you guys here? Team House of Speakers. Please give over your USB to the Our fifth team presenting today is the Fantastic Four from Curtin University, Dubai.
Yeah, it'll open.
Stay on that side, okay, by the way.
Okay, and then just click on this. Yes, accept all cookies. Then click on that. Accept all. Then. And then click on this. There. Yeah. Yeah. As of this moment, one parcel is being delivered, and every day, millions of parcels are being delivered. But did you know that one parcel emits 181 grams of greenhouse gases? Now, what if we told you we could provide a solution that could reduce 94% of a particular greenhouse gas in diesel trucks delivery systems? So, good morning, everyone. We are Fantastic Four, representing Curtin University, Dubai, introducing our product, Eco Emission Diesel Particulate Filter, or DPF. Now, these are the points that we would like to cover, but let's dive straight into our solution. So we aim to reduce the presence of DPM, or diesel particulate matter, which are essentially very tiny particles which contain like components such as black carbon, which contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. Present in the trucks, diesel trucks of delivery companies using a self-powered filter. So using nanotechnology, we'll be able to absorb nanoscale and large-scale DPM. So we would like to acknowledge that traditional diesel particulate filters already exist. However, they are only powered electrically and take up 13% of fuel. And they only also take up large-scale particulate diesel filters. However, our product, Eco Emission Filter,
will be able to take up nanoscale and large-scale DPM. And it'll also be self-powered using triboelectric charges, which I will later further discuss. So now, with our solution, we aim to target SDG 13 or climate action. In particular, we aim to target 13.1 and 13.3. Now, let's look at this in a larger scale. So in 2019, 50 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions were emitted. And the transportation sector was the second highest emitter of greenhouse gases with 8.43 billion tons. Black carbon is the second most important contributor to greenhouse gases after CO2, and it warms the planet 1,500 times worse than CO2. So as we stated, diesel particulate matter, which is found in exhausts of trucks, vehicles, they are mostly composed of black carbon, and majority of them are nanosized. 90% of them actually are nanosized. However, existing diesel particulate filters are inefficient at blocking these nanosized particles. So that's where our solution comes in, eco-emission DPF. So these are the two components that will be comprised in our DPF. First is the triboelectric nanogenerator and the self-powered triboelectric filter. So essentially, as you can see in our animation, as the truck moves, the kinetic energy will allow triboelectric charges to be showcased. And this will allow us to, these are FEP pellets, which have properties for us to absorb or capture the DPM. So by then, the attraction of DPM will be stuck on the FEP pellets, and then it will be burnt away because the exhaust will eventually reach 600 degrees Celsius, and hence the air that will leave the exhaust will be clean air filtered off DPM. So we did a literature review, and we found out that the materials, as well as the nanotechnology, is most efficient in capturing nanoscale particles, as well as large-scale particles using clean energy. Now moving on to the feasibility study.
Right, our target market for our product would be the US. But why? The US has a large market for our products since they have over 15 million commercial delivery vehicles, and most of which are powered by diesel. And furthermore, the trucking market in the US is worth over $950 billion. And the EPA also has proposed to have more stricter government regulations with regards to emissions. We aim to have a B2B practice focusing with FedEx, UPS, and JB Hunt. Since FedEx would be investing $2 billion in sustainability, and they also have over 86,000 delivery vehicles as of 2022. And for UPS, they have their carbon neutral goals, and they want to cut their carbon emissions by 50% by 2035. As for JB Hunt, they have over 21,000 delivery vehicles, and they have goals that they want to cut down their C2O emissions by 3% in the next 2 years.
So our competitors here are Ripos, Cleantech, and Huss. And as we stated, they use electric-powered DPF. However, we aim to use our competitive advantage using differentiation strategy, as we will have a self-powered DPF, and we will be more efficient in capturing nano-sized and large-scale particles of DPM.
Now let's talk about microfunding sources. Let's be honest, first and foremost, all we have right now is just a scientific paper and an idea. So where do we get our money to run our first year of operation? So think about this, we're targeting a very specific, which we call our attention to Carbon Development Initiative Fund, which is an existing fund right now that's going on to targeting those solutions like us with carbon tech. On top of that, we're going to go for crowdfunding because, you know, the public love a really good nature environment in general solution. And with that, we try to aim get at least 500,000 USD for year zero of operation. And with that, we're going to spend 400,000 for the first initial setup cost and remaining 100,000 to kick up our year number 1 of operation. And with that, let's delve deeper into our financial analysis.
In the financial analysis, we have the 4 main streams of our revenue. First is the eco emission filter that we will be making to produce, to capture all the gases. Then we have the maintenance of that product, and then consultant and the recycle. We aim to recycle all the products so we can be more sustainable. The final
if suppose that something happens to our financial, we are not 100% sure that what's going to happen in the near future. So we always have financial contingency plan, which aims to keep 2% of the yearly revenues in reserves so that we can make sure that the operations keep on running and it does not stop at all in the process. Next, our selling price rationale. This is how we calculated our selling price. Basically, we took our raw materials, calculated the cost and mechanic cost and labor cost and everything, calculated a manufacturing cost and added a profit margin, which comes up to $2,081. Now, this is way cheaper, like 31% cheaper than the market price that is available right now in our competitors' market. Next, we have the demand rationale for our sales production. We aim to target the trucks that are for use for parcel deliveries and all those, which is 13.2 million market size. But we aim to expand over the years. This is the sales and the total cost and gross profit analysis. As you can see, these are the graphs that have been presented to make sure that we have taken into consideration all the cost into aspects. This is, as you can see, that our gross profit does not increase even for the first 5 years, but it keeps increasing as we keep a 10-year projection. The payback period analysis shows that the 5 years payback period is generated from the initial investment that we're making. And the break-even analysis also shows that there'll be a good cash flow on the 5th year. Next, we'll be going on to go-to-market strategies.
So how are we going on about on our operation? So like we mentioned before, we're targeting two subgroup, which is B2B, a large delivery company, which is a very large fleeting of vehicle and everything. And also we're not going to ignoring the partnership with other manufacturing delivery cars as well. And with that, let's come into pastel analysis.
In the pastel, we focus on the political aspect, such as the Paris Agreement, which is a legally binding agreement for the US to cut down on their carbon emissions. In the economic aspect, we have to focus on the EPA investing $1 billion to cut down on carbon emissions for heavy-duty vehicles, which gives us a potential for companies to incentivize, to be incentivized by the EPA to come and buy our product. For the social aspect, we have the truckers and companies who generally prefer diesel trucks over electric trucks since they perform better, since they have better range, they have better refueling time, and the initial cost is significantly less. For the technological aspect, we can focus on the product itself since it absorbs the particulate matter and can focus on the trucks that are currently on the road. For the environmental, we can focus on the companies who have the CSR. And for legal aspect, we can focus on the legal structure of the companies and regulations set by the EPA currently. In the mitigation plan, we can focus on the problems such as the electrification, as I mentioned before. But since the EVs are not feasible at this time, we can focus on the fleet of current trucks. And for the product that we have right now, since the product would have to be installed, it would need for trucks to be taken off the road, which would take time. We could install the product while they're going in for regular maintenance. As for regular owner operators.
So for the sake of time, I will just have quickly on the economic benefit on like that. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Dear all, please note, courtesy of our supporter, the Hungarian Games, you'll receive a voucher each coming to you. We hope you enjoy them. The next team presenting is Phoenix from Westport University College.
He won't be using my PPT, guys. Yeah. No.
Check.
Hello, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you the following question. What are two things that the residents of UAE look for in a home? Number one, AC, and number two, even more AC. The heating issue in UAE is prevalent and it does not come to us as a surprise, especially during the months of summers where the temperatures can go above 40 degrees Celsius. However, when we take a closer look, we understand that the issue is not with the heating, but rather the cooling. Additionally, the UAE produces 1.5 million metric tons of plastic waste every year with a recycle rate of just 4%. Moreover, the country is expected to have a 1.9 degrees Celsius temperature increase by the end of this century. In order to maintain a working lifestyle, we're all dependent on air conditioners, but these release greenhouse gases into the environment that further contribute to climate change. Now, with all of these challenges present at hand, the question that remains is, do we have a solution?
Introducing Cool Coats, a revolutionary approach to fighting climate change in the UAE by using degraded polyethylene terephthalate and nanocatalysts in the creation of self-cooling paints. So basically, we use nanocatalysts, which are a class of nanoscale materials known for their exceptional properties, especially titanium dioxide, which exhibit photocatalytic activity. When exposed to UV light, they produce a reactive oxygen species that have high solar reactivity and reduce the amount of heat absorbed. But how does this process work? First, we start with PET bottle collection, shredding, and cleaning, then melting and extrusion into PET fibers, electrospinning into PET nanoparticles, and then coating with titanium dioxide nanoparticles and dispersion in paint binders, additives and manufacturing, and finally distribution and application. But what is the benefit of adding DPET into paint? Firstly, we improve the paint adhesion through interlocking the paint components and influence the DPET's hydraulic functioning group. Improves the brightness and color of these paints. But as per a study conducted in China, these paints help keep the surface cool and damage-free for 10 years. It also enhances the paint's resistivity towards harsh weather conditions like those seen in the UAE. So these nanoparticles in the paint cool the buildings by increased solar and infrared reflectance, thermal emissivity, enhanced heat dissipation loss, and collectively reduces the need for indoor air conditioning. So Cool Coats paints made from degraded plastic and titanium dioxide as nanocatalysts offer energy savings, improved air quality, extended building lifespan, and these can be applied to buildings, roofs, vehicles, and pavements.
Now, let me tell you about the solution and how it affects our sustainable development goals and what it targets. So firstly, significantly, it plays a role in SDG 13, which is climate action. So our self-cooling paint helps to mitigate the urban heat island effect, and also it cuts down on the pollution and greenhouse gas emissions caused by air conditioners, which actively contributes to our fight against climate change. It also promotes an responsible consumption and production by using PET materials, reducing waste, as well as promoting resource efficiency. Now, by fostering development of innovative materials, it also tackles SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
Let's have a look at the pestle analysis, which will depict all of the factors that will have a huge impact on our product, Cool Coats, in the UAE market. Starting off with the political aspect, the UAE has a World Bank governance ranking of the 67th percentile, which indicates that they have a very stable political environment for our business operations to take place. Moving on to the economical aspect, there is a growing construction sector in the UAE, which is set to grow by 4.85% in the next 5 years, which is an ideal market for innovative building materials like our self-cooling paints. Moving on to the social aspect, research shows that using AC for a very prolonged period of time can lead to health concerns in the long term. And this is what our paints help with. We bring an innovative solution that helps improve air quality in the long term. Moving on to technological aspect, there's a prevalence of facilities like the Advanced Materials Research Center in nanotechnology, which supports product development and innovation for our self-cooling paints product. As for the legal aspect, we understand that there are strict regulations in place that our business will need to adhere to be approved for use in buildings in the future. As for the environmental aspect, the UAE has a scorching climate that we are all aware about. But there's also research which shows that almost the mean temperature is 30 degrees Celsius every year in the UAE, and it's set to increase as well. So there is a necessity for effective climate cooling paints such as ours, which is very ideal for the future outlook for UAE. As for the entirety of the pestle, it shows that there's a very promising future for our product. Now for the business analysis and the business model, I would like to hand it over to my colleague.
Now we come up to the main part, the money-making part. We talk about the feasibility plan, but before that, we start about the DFV model. The DFV model suggests desirability. Our product cuts down the energy consumption, which and lasts longer than an annual paint product. That means it is very desirable in the market at the moment. Talking about the feasibility, the technology that we are using, which is the titanium dioxide as nanocatalyst, is easily accessible in the UAE markets and is easily used in the UAE markets as well, which makes our product feasible. Now, looking at the cost and feasibility, we looked at in the next slide when we show you the income statement. Viability, it is easily commercialized, so the visibility of the product increases year-on-year basis. Moving on to the breakdown. Our startup, the Cool Paints, has a $600,000, 600,000 dirham startup, right? The first 400,000 is by funding, crowdfunding, and the partner's equity. The next 200,000 is being taken as a bank loan to keep assets and liabilities in match. Next thing, the breakdown of the product. The 73% of a cost in the first year, which is being used only at 424,000 dirhams, is being used by the equipment. The 4% cost goes to labor, the 20% goes to raw materials, and the nucleus cost. In the equipment cost, further analysis has been done that how much machinery costs it. Please make note that all the machines that we've bought is second-handed, so we save a lot of money there. Looking at the income statements now. In the first year, we produce around 2,000 gallons of paint. Now, knowing the number of the market, any startup that starts printing business, according to the UAE trends, produces around 4,000 to 5,000 startups, which has a funding over $1 million dirhams. Since we are small in scale, we started with 2,000 gallons in the year one. However, we don't tend to sell the entire 2,000 gallons because it is not possible, thanks to the marketing cost in UAE, which has been increasing every year. Now, the first 1,500 gallons is being sold in the year one, which at a rate of 175 dirhams, which makes a total cost at 262,000 dirhams 500, with the cost of goods sold at 147,900 dirhams. The overall expenses stood at 92 dirhams. Using depreciation in the straight line method stood at 87,000 dirhams, and the overall loss for the year is 87,000 dirhams. You don't see any significant changes in the year two because still we are in the idea stage, then you grow in stage, and we believe in slowly growing. So in the year two, we do not make much changes. However, we tend to send the entire 2,000 gallons, which will increase our labor cost by 10%. The cost given in the starting is then being really reevaluated on the basis of the increasement in the labor cost. However, the magic happens in the year three. The year three, when we are producing 4,000 gallons, we have included all our external costs in the cost of goods sold. This is where we break even. We break even at the 26th month, and the third year ending, we make 36,000 dirhams profit. Let's talk about the future analysis. Like my teammate already mentioned, we don't only go to the houses, we don't only go to the payments. This technology can also have in cars. And when you talk about cars, the UAE market in cars is huge. If you look at the future projection that we've pulled out, just in the number of the last 10 years, we can make about $1 million dirhams as soon as we launch there. Here is our financial projections. Now, looking at the competitive analysis, this paints, though they are not there in UAE at the moment, but we have a competition with the big giants of the market. Can we show the competitive analysis? Yes. Which is the national paints. When compare national paints to us, they don't have the self-cooling technology as of yet. So we have a first mover advantage. Yes, there cannot be patented technology as of now, but however, when you move to production, the more soluble we go in nature, the more patenting technology we can have. The next thing that we look at is the challenges that we might face. Now, going to a sector where you're selling 175 dirham per gallon paint to D2B2C is hard. So convincing the retailer to keep a product is going to be a challenge. However, we are spending so much on marketing, and we believe, rather, the team Phoenix believes that this product will do well in market. Now I can see the 10 minutes almost ending. We firmly believe this product has a potential to change the market in a huge manner. It only does not target the SDGs, but keeps your house clean. With this, I'm not going to take much away. Thank you very much. This was Team Phoenix.
Now we'll be taking a short 15-minute break. Thank you so much.
Panadol Night. Feel the release from pain for a good night's sleep. Panadol. Release starts here.
Oh Millionaire makes it easy for you to win your best life. We hold 2 draws every Thursday at 8 p.m. UAE time, so you can have 2 ways.
To everyone present here, just want to float in information that might help. If anyone would like to use the prayer rooms for the prayer break. We are aiming to finish before that, but in case it goes beyond, you can use the prayer rooms in the ground floor as well. If you need disposable prayer mats, let us know. We can get them for you as well. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Our seventh team presenting today is Nano Innovators from the Woolwich Institute.
Hello, hello.
You know how to use it? No. I don't know how to use it.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow participants, we are ecstatic to unveil our product, Nano Energizers, a groundbreaking innovation set to change our modern world. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow participants, and judges, we are ecstatic to announce our groundbreaking innovation that will change our modern world, Nano Energizers. So what are they exactly? These nanoscale swarm bots possess the remarkable ability to harvest energy from any source, whether it be from sunlight, wind, or radiation. They provide clean and affordable energy for both our planet and space. So our nano energizers address a pressing issue: soaring global energy demand due to overpopulation, growth, and industrialization, over-reliance on fossil fuels, and additionally, many undeserved communities lack reliable energy sources, impeding development and living standards. So next up, we'll have Rabia take the stage to share our business strategy and explore the market opportunities.
Our business strategy is to diversify, collaborate, and expand globally. So with our objectives in space exploration, we provide a partnership with government, energy firms, and space organizations to fulfill the global demand and sustainable energy. So moving on to our target market, we have the two key markets. One is Earth-based market energy and space exploration. So our Earth-based market energy, they improve the access. We improve the access and diversify the source to remote urban and industrial areas, collaboration with energy providers. Space exploration will revolutionize the energy solution for missions, colonies, and research by partnering with space agencies. So moving on to the scalability, so our modular design and compact size make them highly scalable and quickly adaptable to diverse locations and energy demands, Earth and in space, as well as space, so effectively meeting the energy needs. So moving on to the market potential, we have a vast market potential, which means the versatility efficiency solution, which is addressing global energy. We derive the transition to cleaner energy, and we boost the sustainability in space exploration, which cut down the carbon emission, and we create the clean energy opportunity, and which opens the bridge to the gap and emerging the market, promoting the sustainability growth. So we have gained valuable insights into our strategy, and the market landscape. Over to Joven to guide us the core of innovation.
So our product, as shown here, it is compact and versatile, designed at the nanoscale to adapt to various environments. They incorporate nanoscale sensors, communication systems, and energy harvesting components. And our sorry, our product can endure harsh climatic conditions, whether it be extreme heat or extreme cold, and also low gravity areas. So our design optimizes energy capture efficiency while maintaining a compact and versatile form suitable for both Earth and on space. So our nano energizers are made of nanoscale material to capture energy from sunlight, mechanical forces, and temperature differences. They enable wireless power transmission and include integrated circuits. They enable wireless power transmission and include sensors for real-time environmental monitoring within the Internet of Things, or IoT. These durable devices are enclosed in lightweight materials, revolutionize sustainable energy capture and transmission. So next, let's hear from Abhinaya as she unveils the core characteristics and features of our product.
Which are adaptive, efficiently capturing efficient from diverse sources. These collective intelligence optimizes energy usage while advancing wireless transmission ensures seamless power distribution. Furthermore, IoT integration allows for real-time monitoring, offering actionable insights and more control. Our technology thrives on adaptability, making it suitable for various environments and offering universal applications on Earth and in space. It incorporates cutting-edge technology, pushing the boundaries of what's achievable in the field. With diversity and scalability, it effortlessly adjusts to meet changing demands and make it a versatile solution for a wide range scenarios. Now let's dive into the exciting details of how our project functions.
So our product captures energy from solar and mechanical and thermal sources via our nano sensors. So they also have a collective intelligence, and they have collaborative intelligence employing swarm algorithms for dynamic energy capture and transmission. They also use advanced wireless power tech, beaming energy via microwave or laser to Earth or space stations for conversion into electricity. And additionally, nano energizers are IoT integrated, allowing real-time monitoring and data collection for environmental sustainability. So now let's shift our focus to the various applications and significant impact our product holds.
Nano-energizers enhance energy accessibility across various Earth landscapes that can extend the versatility to space for powering future missions and colonies and celestial body research. Their impact is that they address global issues by providing cost-effective and clean energy in line with UN SDG 7. Moving forward, we'll also address challenges and see how nano-energizers align with our goal.
So our product is built to face challenges like extreme condition, for example, temperature and radiation. We ensure durability, data security, and privacy compliance, especially in sensitive or space missions. To address public perception issues, we emphasize open communication and community engagement for building trust. So how nano energizers align with UN SDG 7? So our products support UN SDG 7 by offering sustainability, affordability, and cleanliness. Their adaptability, resilience, and use of renewable resources reduce fossil fuel dependence. And our compact design and IoT integration minimize environmental impact.
In terms of our financial analysis, nano energizers represents a significant market opportunity. The financial strategy of nano energizers focuses on diversification, collaboration, and global reach. Extending into the space exploration market diversifies the business while collaborating with space organizations, energy companies, and the government can strengthen our market penetration. So this is a crucial strategy to meet the global demand for sustainable energy. A sensitivity analysis is also conducted to take consideration different factors that affect the financial viability, such as the production cost, energy pricing, and market penetration. So while conventional energy sources are often unstable due to supply disruptions and price volatility, nano-energizers extract energy from multiple sources, which can contribute to more predictable energy prices and a more stable financial environment. So in year one, Nano Energizers operates under the assumption of no sales. So despite a $500,000 investment in equipment and technology, the company ends the year with a net cash decrease of 1.42 million. So we believe that this negative closing balance can be a calculated risk that leads to substantial rewards in the future. So the break-even point for Nano Energizers is a critical milestone. To cover our fixed expenses of $800,000 and achieve profitability with our contribution margin of $400,000, we need to sell a minimum of 2 units. So the breakthrough comes after the second unit is sold and the numbers will turn in our favor. So with this strategy, we anticipate breaking even within a year or less. Our fixed costs are as follows. So price at $900,000 per unit, and with variable costs amounting to $500,000, we foresee a $400,000 profit for each unit sold. So in line with our corporate social responsibility, we commit to allocating 40% of our profits to charity, wherein 15% will go to non-government organizations and 25% is to give to those that lack the financial needs to access sustainable energy. We are also expecting a 70% sales growth. Let us now move on to the PESTEL analysis. Politically, government incentives for renewable energy are pivotal for our growth, yet we must stay vigilant to policy shifts that could alter these incentives. Economically, the rising global demand for clean energy presents a fruitful market for nano energizers, paving the way for business opportunities and capital for technological advancements. However, economic volatility could sway investor trust in our technology. Socially, educational initiatives enhance public understanding and acceptance of nano energizers. Community engagement is key to building trust and securing local support, especially in regions where we will be deploying our technology. Nevertheless, we must anticipate and address potential public resistance or skepticism towards this new technology. Technologically, our reliance on research collaborations enhances the capabilities of nano energizers. In a rapidly evolving tech landscape, adapting to new technologies is crucial for our competitiveness. However, we must be mindful of potential delays in these collaborations. Legally, we protect our innovation through patent rights and adhere to international space treaties like Outer Space Treaty. And lastly, environmentally, we aim for certifications to underscore our dedication to reducing carbon footprints.
Thank you everyone for listening to our presentation.
Was that your model?
Yeah, this is
The A team presenting today is Team AU Eagles from Rajman University.
May I start? Good afternoon. Today I represent Ajman University in solving the following problems. As an overview, SDG 7 will be tackled through the use of renewable energy sources, while SDG 14 will be tackled through emission control. The only nanotechnological components that will be used in this business idea are carbon nanotubes. Their versatile property allows for them to be applied to a number of different situations and concepts to produce results. Now, for this business idea, they will be applied to these 3 renewable energy sources, which are hydropower, biogas, and photovoltaics. Hydropower is the conversion of the kinetic energy of water's motion into usable energy. Carbon nanotubes act as nanosensors that will track, produce, and accelerate the generation of usable energy. Apart from this, Carbon nanotubes can filter the water and other liquids in targeting the unneeded or harmful particles, which means that emissions are controlled, which means that the infusion of carbon nanotubes in hydropower tackles both SDG 7 and 13 directly. Biogas is a renewable energy source produced from anaerobic digestion, which is the breaking down of waste in order to produce energy. Carbon nanotubes act as enzymes that accelerate the breaking down of waste in order to produce energy at a faster pace. Apart from this, similar to its function in hydropower, carbon nanotubes have this property that allow them to target harmful or unneeded gas particles, which means that, again, emissions are controlled while a renewable energy source is being implemented. Photovoltaics is the use of solar cells in order to convert light energy into usable energy. Carbon nanotubes have shown greater efficiency in converting energy in comparison to the materials being used in the market today, which means that they show promise in being implemented for SDG 7. Now, for the practical application of these three concepts, the help of the government agency Dubai Electricity and Water Authority will be enlisted. It is not the most popular fact that DEWA uses non-renewable energy sources in order to power the UAE. And by substituting the burning of fossil fuels for the three concepts mentioned earlier, we are able to grow the UAE and DEWA both economically and environmentally, which is a good thing. So the way this works could go one of two ways. Either harnessing plants are made from the ground above, so from scratch. We gather the materials, we create the harnessing plants, and we implement the renewable energy sources. Or we use one of DEWA's existing harnessing plants for energy and substitute the burning of fossil fuels for the three concepts. For the financial plan, we should take into consideration that in 2022, DEWA generated a revenue of about 27.3 billion dirhams. In this financial study, we are able to observe that this is way more than enough to accommodate the needs of this business idea. When talking about the implementation of these concepts, this includes the gathering of resources, enlisting of manpower, and building the systems above. For biogas, it comes to about 9.1 million dirhams. For hydropower, about 1 billion dirhams. And for photovoltaics, to cover a harnessing plant or farm that is about 50,000 meters squared, it comes to about 17.5 million dirhams. Carbon nanotubes are a different story. To purchase 1 billion kilograms of carbon nanotubes comes to about 8 billion dirhams, while the development, infusion, and optimization of carbon nanotubes into the different concepts comes to about 2 billion dirhams. Now, other expenses have been taken into account, such as land, utility, operational, maintenance and repair, marketing, salary, and reserved expenses for room for error. This comes to about 13 billion dirhams for the launching of this idea. Again, as we saw earlier, this is within the range of DEWA's capabilities, which means that to launch this idea is economically feasible, even with much room for error. Now, the revenue is projected to mimic or increase the revenue already being generated by DEWA, as they have been powering the UAE for quite some time now, to be specific, 31 years. And the only difference will be that instead of non-renewable energy sources, we will be implementing renewable energy sources. So now for the pastel analysis. Politically, this business idea aims to have no political affiliations, except for the blindingly obvious fact that DEWA is a government-owned agency. However, the success of the implementation of this idea means that this could expand globally. And when it does, politicians will try to affiliate with this idea in order to enhance political image. Apart from this, tax regulations are also taken into consideration, as the introduction of new renewable energy sources and nanotechnology means there is room for edits in tax and other similar fields of laws. Economically, DEWA, again, has been powering the UAE for 31 years, meaning that the substitution of these energy sources contributes to the stability of DEWA. Apart from this, the market is not saturated with competitors, as there are really no other competitors for DEWA in powering the UAE. This means that the only issue when it comes to the market is when it expands globally, but that is a story to be tackled for another day. There will be an increase in job opportunity at the implementation of multiple renewable energy sources, though later on we will consider system automation. Socially, the acceptability of carbon nanotubes and other forms of nanotechnology has been an ongoing debate since the beginning of their development. This is because there are issues with belief systems, culture, and religion, though, however, if we are able to persuade society into thinking that this idea is what it solves environmental issues, which is what you call this priority for society nowadays. This means that the implementation of this it will have little to no problems. Technologically, the use of nanotechnology, specifically carbon nanotubes, means that there will be a growth in the knowledge that is already present in this field. Again, system automation will be considered, as these concepts would be more efficient if they were automated by technology and other similar fields. Digital marketing is being used by DEWA as their dominant form of spreading information, and so technology again will be used. Environmentally, the renewability of energy and emission control is beneficial, meaning this business idea is very good for the environment. However, one constraint that has been found is that 2 of the 3 systems work on the weather. Hydropower depends on the motion of water, meaning that wind is one of the most important driving factors. Apart from this, photovoltaics can be hindered by rainy days or overcast days. However, the use of carbon nanotubes means that there is potential in making these systems automated and efficient, meaning that at some point in the development of these concepts, the weather dependence will no longer be an issue. Legally, DEWA has been powering the UAE for a long time, meaning that they have been undergoing all the required legal regulations and affairs, and the implementation of these new ideas, it aims to undergo the same things. Apart from this, it has projected impacts in the laws that are already present when it comes to sustainability and technology. While the business idea aims to undergo all of this, there will still be changes. There is room for changes, which means that that is something to consider. Apart from this, worker protection and safety at the implementation of these ideas is a priority, and that contributes to the legal factor as well. I have quite some time left, but I'm finished with my presentation. Am I forgetting anything? I'm not sure. Anyway, in comparison to the ideas that have been presented so far, I understand that the implementation of carbon nanotubes in the 3 renewable energy sources is on the simpler side. However, this makes it more feasible economically and environmentally, as well as socially, meaning that this is an idea worth pursuing and implementing in the near future. Thank you. That's it.
The 19 presenting is one from Manipal, Dubai.
So my idea is to make nanomaterial advanced solar panels. So rather than like where the previous team talked about solar panels and the positioning of solar panels, my idea is to mainly focus on the solar panels itself. So my idea is to have a solar panel coating which will enhance the efficiency and durability of the solar panels than the current ones. And the other would be the inverter conversion, wherein I would use nanomaterials in the usage of, in the inverter which converts the DC electricity into AC electricity. So so I'd be using 3 coatings. One would be a light scattering coating. So this coating is intended to distribute incoming sunlight more uniformly over the surface of the solar cell. So rather than it focusing only on one area, this coating would enable it to be distributed equally. The next would be the anti-reflective coatings. These coatings have the purpose to reduce the amount of light that reflects off the surface of the solar panel. So this is really important, as if too much light reflects off the solar panels, then the solar panel would not get that much energy and it will not be efficient. The next would be anti-corrosion coatings. So this would not be used on the solar panel, but it would be used on the metal components of the elements, which may and which will prevent the environmental factors that cause corrosion. So in order to get the best outcome, I would be combining all the all three coatings, all the two coatings on the solar panels and the third one on the metal components. So by doing this, it forms a layer of protection for the solar panel. So next would be the inverter. So my idea is to use nanomaterials in the power electronics which are present in the inverter. So by doing this, it will improve the thermal electric conductivity of the electrical components, such as the nanowires which are present. So my aim is to make nanowires instead of the regular wires which are put inside the inverter. So, and next would be nano coatings for heat management. So inverters, when they function, produce a lot of heat, which might impact the efficiency of the solar panels over a period of time. So by putting in nano coatings for heat management, this would increase the lifespan of the solar panel and decrease the heat which is brought in by the solar panels. So next I would be going into my financial plan. So the initial cost which I have would be for around $2.1 million. So as you can see, it's split into the research and development, which goes into the development of these materials to find better nanomaterials than the current, and on how to incorporate all of this into the solar panels. The next would be the labor cost. So I would be allocating around $500,000 for the salaries for the researchers, the engineers, and the technical staff who's going to be making these solar panels. The next would be the facilities. So the facility would be where I'm going to make these solar panels, where they're going to be made. So this is really important, as only if you have a proper place to make them would it become easy for you to produce more solar panels in the future. The next would be the equipment. So the purchase of specialized equipment for these nanomaterial application would also be required. And lastly would be the regulatory and legal costs, which would go into, such as the licenses and to go on with the compliances. The next would be the operational costs that would take place per unit. So the first would be the labor cost, which is the salaries for the production staff and the research staff. The next would be for the materials and supplies. And then for the rent for the facility, the electricity, and so on. Next would be for the marketing and sales. So in order to reach a wider range of customers, you need marketing. So there would be marketing for to get new customers. Next would be utilities and infrastructure. And lastly, it would be the insurance. So solar panels might get damaged when not maintained properly or due to some environmental factors. So in order to protect the solar panels and not lose money, we would have an insurance for it. And the total cost for per unit would be around, not per unit, like for the production of it would be 1.3 million. And next I'll be going to my revenue streams. So the main revenue stream would be the solar panel sales. So this will be the revenue from selling the enhanced solar panels to consumers, businesses, and government agencies. Next would be the service contracts, wherein for the regular maintenance, we would charge a minimal amount to the government agency or the business who require these. And next would be licensing. So rather than just me producing it, I would license the technology to other manufacturers for a fee, wherein by which we can produce this in large scale, and it would take into consideration of my economies of scale. Next would be my break-even analysis. So for break-even analysis, there are 5 costs which would be there. One would be the cost of the solar panels. The second would be the So for making 20 panels, which is for a residential system, it costs around $6,600 to $16,500. And the inverter would cost around $1,000 to $3,000 for a commercial purpose, sorry, for a residential purpose. The next would be the fixed cost, which would be the cost of per solar panel, which would be around $200 to $500, with the addition of the light scattering coating, which has an additional cost of 10%. The anti-reflective coating has an additional cost of 15%, and the corrosion coatings have additional of 5% of the cost. So totally per panel, it would cost around $330 to around $825 to produce. Now I'll be going into my break-even analysis. So for break-even points per unit, it would be the fixed cost would be around 3.95 million, and divided by the selling price which I have, which is around $1,300, and the price and the variable cost. So totally, I would require around 3,500 units to be sold in order to reach my break even, which in terms of dollars would be around $4.5 million. Now I'll be going into my business model. So the key partners for my business model would be the nanomaterial suppliers, the solar panel manufacturers, and the inverter manufacturers, and the government agencies. My key activities would be research and development of the nanomaterials, manufacturing coating of solar panels, integration of nanomaterials into the inverters, the marketing and sales, and the maintenance for the solar panels. The next would be my resources, which would be the facilities that do the research and development, the hiring of skilled researchers and engineers, and the manufacturing equipment, along with the legal expertise for the patents and licenses. So what would be my value proposition? So my value proposition would be that I produce a high efficiency nanomaterial coated solar panels, which increase the efficiency and durability of the solar panels rather than the current efficiency and durability of the current ones. The next would be I produce a high energy efficient inverters that enhance heat management, which increases the durable life of the solar panels. The next would be improved thermal management and reduce heat related issues. My customer segments would be residential consumers. It could be people who own their own houses, such as villas or a single residential house, or it could be for apartments. Other would be for commercial businesses, to like builders who construct buildings. And the main customer would be the government, wherein the government of Dubai are looking to make Dubai a sustainable place. So by this would help them cut the energy costs and make Dubai a sustainable place. So the channels which I would be selling it would be a direct distribution and direct sales. It can also be done by online and offline, wherein they can place orders online and we would deliver it to them. And we also have maintenance and support services. Now, the key metrics would be the sales revenue, the customer satisfaction and the retention of customers, and the cost control, which is very important, because if we go more than the promised cost, then no one would be ready to buy the product. I'm going on with my pestle analysis. So my political, for my political, it would be government incentives. So since the government of Dubai is looking to make Dubai sustainable, I think they would be ready to help for some incentives wherein this could be produced on a mass scale. The next would be the regulations. So it needs to adhere to the environmental regulations and standards for the solar panel manufacturing and nanotechnology integration. The next would be trade policies. So not a single country will have all the resources. So it's very important that we are able to export and import these resources. So due to this, there might be some costs which affect the availability of the nanomaterials and solar panel components. The next would be economic. So economic would be my cost of the materials, the economic conditions. So the economic conditions won't remain the same every year, and it will keep changing due to wars and due to scarcity of resources. So this is an important factor in my price. And next would be the energy prices. So even though we are ready to offer a clean energy source, there might be few people who still prefer the conventional energy sources. So So I need to make sure that my price are able to attract these people to move on from the fossil fuels and come to clean energy sources. The next would be social, which is the environmental awareness, the need for technological adoption and skilled workforce. The technological aspect would be for research and development, the integration of these into solar panels and the intellectual property which I would own. The next would be legal, which is just compliance with the regulations, patents and licensing, and the contracts of labors. And lastly, it would be environmental, which is sustainability, recycle, disposal, and climate change.
The second last team presenting today is Team Wolf from Westborough University College. Guys need to
Ladies and gentlemen, creating and researching of human technology. Creating and researching of Ladies and gentlemen, creating and researching of new technologies are an integral part of human survival. Yet, millions of these people who still have the basic fundamentals do not have this access. And sadly, one of them is electricity. According to RENA, 722 million people do not have access to electricity, and it is poised to go down to 670 million by 2030. We are here aiming to contribute to technologies by providing clean and accessible energy in areas where we do not have well-built infrastructures and providing which do not have access to generating electricities. We believe that access to electricity is a basic human right. And since we are here in this room enjoying this privilege, it becomes our responsibility to make this a reality for every person living on this planet. Now, the UN SDG 7 here aims with us to provide affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy for all, calling in for our system, Nano World. One such specific example for our commitment to this is the incident that happened in Pakistan, which had the Pakistan chairlift incident. Through this initiative, we went to governments to providing them where the basic necessity technologies to provide us with, and then challenging to those regions where energy generation is very less. Now, Pakistan is one of those countries where energy generation is not possible. So here we built a modular hydropower turbine system are tailored to be a game changer. Now make sure while in this PPT, by implementing these systems, we are not just fostering providing energy for everyone, but also ensuring economic development and improving a quality of our life for countless of people.
All right. So as you can see over here, these are the diagrams that we'll be using for our hydro pumps. These hydro pumps specialize in converting hydropower into electricity via reverse motors, which basically allows us to charge up a motor, sending an electrical signal right through it and passing into the grid directly. Now we'll achieve this using a turbine that is completely 3D printed. 3D printing has been something that has been a dream for so many people, right? The ability to create tangible products from just basic um, basic materials. Yeah. And now we can do it on a massive scale. We can create turbines and replace them easily. Now, even though that even though it is made from plastic, we need to address sustainability, right? How are we going to tackle this issue? Well, disposing of these things is simple in that we will melt them and reuse them as filler for the next turbine. That also solves one of the issues of sustainability. Now, nanowire and nanokinetic energy absorbers around turbines to increase the energy output. So we'll be implementing special graphene-based nanoparticles, which will be charged up via friction. Now, this friction will allow us to generate even more power, and therefore we can have even more output, thereby increasing energy efficiency. Per turn rotation, we'll have almost about 75 to 100% more efficient energy. Over to you, sir. Is it okay if I don't use the mic? Functionality
Finally, the last team presenting today is House of Speakers from Westford University College.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're Team House of Speakers, and today we present to you Congo, a world within, a world apart. A country with abundant hydroelectric power resources, which lacks essential infrastructure.
SDG 7, ensuring accessible, energy sustainable, renewable, reliable energy source across the globe. We here are looking forward on how our Congo has the developmental background in healthcare, education, communication, transportation. The SDG 7 underpins all of these developmental economic activities of a country. However, the progress is slow. We are analyzed that by 660 billion may lack the electricity resources, 2 billion may rely on polluting fuels.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. It's okay, it's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're Team House of Speakers, and today we present to you Congo, a world within, a world apart. A country with abundant hydroelectric water resources that lacks the essential infrastructures.
SDG 7, ensuring affordable, reliable, renewable, sustainable energy. It holds immense global significance. It underpins a country's economic development in healthcare, education, transportation, communication field. However, the progress is slow in the country Congo. We have analyzed that by 2030, 660 billion may lack electricity sources. 2 billion may rely on polluted fuel. And we have seen an immense significance in the electricity charts. In 2015, it has increased by 87% to 91% in 2021, which is immense. And we all should look forward for these solutions. We have to meet our goals. In order to that, we propose the solution of initiating more and looking forward for investments and policies reluctant to renewable energy and sustainable development. To meet the goal, we require the authorities, the stakeholders of our country, the corporations, along with our country's top business MNCs to work on well to empower global development, healthcare, and well-being within the citizens.
Let me share some stats about Congo. The total population of Congo is 6.62 million people, out of which only 42% have access to electricity. The current hydro generation capacity is only 1500 gigawatt hertz. However, the potential for hydro generation capacity is a staggering 1000 gigawatt hertz. Some of the challenges faced by Congo are the daunting infrastructural challenge in the continent of Africa is centered in Congo. The daunting challenge of infrastructural development is centered in Congo. Years and years of political unrest, civil and political violence have led to the destruction of this infrastructure, and the development of new infrastructure is even harder because of the vast geography, the extensive forest land, and the crisscrossing network of rivers. The financial hurdles in the development of this infrastructure is the financial hurdles in the development of this infrastructure is the weak legislation and low attraction for investments, which results in insufficient investment provision. Congo does not yet have a legal and regulatory framework for the development of a business or also for investments. These are just a few challenges that are faced by Congo.
Therefore, we present you GreenSpire. It leverages the process of photocatalytic water splitting method, including hydro and solar energy. As you can see, we'll be focusing on the world's most largest and powerful river, the Congo River. Through our initiative, we'll be installing solar panels across the coastline with abundant sunlight. These are coated with a photocatalyst, titanium oxide nanotubes, which will react to sunlight and produce hydrogen. Hydrogen, a clean source of energy, will then be stored in the miniature fuel cells along the panel, which will then produce electricity. With our initiative, we aim to improve socioeconomic benefits in the country and lead to better quality of air, reduce reliance on fossil fuels, as well as increase standards of living in the sectors of healthcare, education, agriculture, and business.
Thank you, Amira. So now we'll be having the financial plan. I know it looks a little bit complicated, but I'm going to break it down for you guys. As Amira said, we'll be installing solar panels, which will be a one-time investment that will cost us up to $15,000. And per kilogram of water splitting will cost us $19, and per kilogram of pure fuel from hydrogen will cost us $1.3. So we've decided to do this every 6 months instead of taking it yearly, because I know the population of Congo that don't have the electricity service will be needing this. So we've decided to do this once a week, and that makes it each month 4 weeks. So if we do the maths here, if we in the beginning we took 1,000 kilograms and we multiply that by 1.3, which is the pure fuel from hydrogen, plus the $19 into 1,000 for the water splitting, that will give us into 4, that will give us $96,200 for the first month for the cost. And then the next 6 months we've increased it from 1,000 kilograms to 1,500 kilograms. Once again, if you do the maths, we get $121,800, giving us the total cost of the first year $233,000, including the solar panels. So in the second year, we've done the same thing. We've increased from 1,500 kilograms to 2,000 kilograms, and then to 2,500 kilograms in the second half of this year, and giving us a second year total of $365,400. And if you look at the PPT, we've done the same thing for the third year and the fourth year and the fifth year. We've increased it from 3,500 to 4,500, and there's been a 350% increase in supply rate from the first year. This has given us a total cost of $3,115,600 for the total of 5 years. So since our organization is a non-profit organization, our funding will be coming from the government. The GDP of Congo, as per last year, was $58 billion, a whopping $58 billion, and will be requiring just 0.006% of that, which is 3.5 million. And the remaining, the 3,115,600 will be the cost of the 5 years, and the remaining is the cost of operational matters, labor, and logistics. Thank you.
Coming on to the pestle analysis, photocatalysis implementation in the Democratic Republic of Congo faces significant challenges, which is mainly due to the political instability and the economic constraints, which is mostly because of the heavy reliance on the natural resources and the inability to secure funds. However, this can be addressed by the intervention of the UN. Now, I'll be forwarding the mic to Mehdi to look forward for the social and technological factors.
Thank you very much, Misha. The government's commitment to environmentally sustainable technology and the potential environmental benefits will drive the adoption of our product. Limited public awareness and technology access needs to be addressed, because and while regulatory frameworks and technology transfer agreements are also crucial.
Leveraging the country's abundant natural resources and sunlight for our products implementation and application has proven to be potential. But however, the development of the local etiquettes, local expertise, and the development of the researching funding is essential for the success. Now, concluding with that,
Embracing water splitting technology for sustainable hydrogen energy, our product aims to revolutionize the clean energy solutions for a brighter and greener future. Thank you.
Well done, teams. We have now concluded the grand finale of the Business Cup Challenge 2023. We shall now proceed to take a 5-minute break to reconvene with the judges and be back with the winner's announcement. Please stay seated. Everyone, please be seated. We will be announcing the winners. Welcome back, everyone. We have the winners' details with us. Before we proceed with the announcement, I would like to call upon the Game Master, Mr. Dan, to announce the theme for next year, followed by announcing the winners.
Thank you so much. So first, I want to congratulate everybody who participated today. The fact that you made it here, you did the elevator pitch. If you did your final presentation. That's a great thing. That is success. You showed a lot of courage, a lot of creativity, a lot of work that went into it. And continuing to put that kind of effort into your university studies and then into your career puts you on the path to success. So you should all be very proud of yourselves. Give yourselves a round of applause. Okay, now next year, there were a couple of thoughts about what the topic should be. One of them was generative AI, but given that it's already in decline, it's probably not even going to be around by then. But there is a technology that has kind of gone over the peak of the Gartner hype cycle and is likely to come into actually being useful next year. So for next year, our theme is going to be the metaverse and everything around augmented reality systems. Okay. Okay, so we're going to start off with the most innovative solution from a team that was not in the top 3. So the most innovative solution was Nano Visionaries from Amity University. Could we have the team come up? And could I have Professor Pond come up to award? Okay, with Professor Pond still up here, the second runner-up for today's competition was Blue Panthers, University of Dubai. So please come on up. And don't forget the medals too. Congratulations. Okay, thank you, Professor Pond. If we could have Ms. Shahara, and she will be awarding the first runner-up. So the first runner-up is Innotex from West Virginia University College. Okay, now the moment we've all been waiting for. Who's going to walk away with the BCC Challenge 2023 Cup? It is Team Phoenix from Westford.
I think this is the first time in the history someone's run away from the award. While we have the Game Master on stage, on behalf of our supporters, we'd also like to award you a little something from our Hungarian Games sponsor. Yes, the certificates that need to be handed over to them will be given on the
Okay, so once you guys make your announcement.
To all the participants who are here, on behalf of the organizing team. Okay, to everyone, all the other participants who are present here, I do want to point it out from the organizing team as well as the judging panel that you all had come with wonderful ideas. You all had come with the spirit of learning. So if you have gone back learning something new at the end of this competition, we have achieved our goal by organizing this competition. So give yourselves a round of applause because you made it until the end as well. You guys have done well, and we look forward to welcoming you once again. And in the line of sustainability, your certificates will be sent to you digitally. Okay, if you'd like to hang back, take pictures, the space is all yours. If anyone would like to proceed for the prayers, it's happening at the ground floor. Kindly do access it. Thank you and all the best. Good weekend to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.